Hey Kevin, what's up, man? Let me fix this a little bit more. There we go. Good morning, Marianne. Alrighty. Let's see. All right. I shall switch this over. Dun, dun, dun. Switch it here. There we go. That's pretty good. Okay. Trying at a different angle here. Seeing how that goes. I am running both vertical and horizontal. So that's why it might look a little bit different. It's set up a little differently. But it shouldn't be too impactful. Working on these are Hummingbird, is what Abby has called them. And the reason is because they have a great deal of color shift, and the hummingbirds are actually pretty common here in North Carolina, and also they were pretty common in the desert when we lived there too. But this will be what we're working on today. I'm going to start with these much smaller ones, the minis, and then working my way up to the regulars, and then the larges will be another day. So the other ones that I'm working on for a collaboration project are... We okay to show the other ones? Hi! Can we show these?
What?
We show these? Yeah?
You can. They're going to be for the collaboration. Christmas in July box.
Yeah, so these are a Christmas in July set of blanks that we're working on. It looks very reminiscent of a sandy beach that we've done in the past. There are snowflakes in the blue, so that's in the blue area. You can see some of them, maybe not so well with the blanks, but there's one. Anyway, there's like little snowflakes in there, so they're pretty cool. Got quite a few of them done already. I'm about halfway done. Let's see. Here's a couple that are complete. Abby's sanded and polished them, so they're looking pretty good, I gotta say. But yeah, little snowflakes. Got Christmas in July. But yeah, that's for a collaboration that we were working on. So pretty fun. With who? We sharing with who? Who the collaborations with?
A bunch of different wonderful people.
Abby's the one that deals with all of that specific information. handles deals with. That just sounds mean, doesn't it? Handles that information. We're gonna get this set up. Gonna be cranking these out. You see hummingbirds there too? That's awesome. The red throat, yeah, those are so pretty. They're quite dark, but then that you can kind of catch that glint of red. They are so nice. They're very funny. They're super territorial. For them to be as small as they are, they're so territorial. It's just funny. I find it funny. My mom has a, she lives in South Carolina, and she has a, went over there this past weekend, and there were quite a few hummingbirds that were at their feeders, and they're just so territorial. They'll just be buzzing around and then just attack the other one. Like, there's plenty of room for all of them to get their little beaks in a hole, but I gotta say it, they're kind of jerks. But it's funny. I think it's pretty funny. Abby's looking at who the collab is with.
Casey Vintage Co. is the one who brought me in to set it up. He does sprays. And I have
Casey Venture Co.
So I am not actually sure what each of their businesses are, because no one's put me like up or anything. Because I don't think they've been. I'm sure they've been announced as far as like that they're gonna come out or previewed or sneak kind of thing, but it hasn't been fully announced yet.
Okay. So. Alrighty. Well.
But I will make sure.
Hasn't been fully shared, I guess, at this point. Because it's not going to be, well, these aren't really done until July, so. Let's see. Kevin says hi!
Hi, Kevin!
I yelled at her, but I covered the mic. Hopefully that at least made it quieter. What? Oh yeah, Kevin, we're pushing our limits on what we do for our world of nerdcraft. We joined a guild. It's a progression guild, and we made the core raid team, and now that means we get to help other people be able to get to it. Get to the ahead of the curve achievements. I don't think he's got the dexterity he used to.
Oh, Kevin, I hope your finger feels better. John showed me the picture. Gross.
Do you want to talk for a sec?
No.
Where?
I'm not coming over there.
Yeah. Why?
Why?
Your hair looks great. Oh, good.
No.
Just put yourself inside that frame.
I don't want to be inside that frame.
Don't bump the camera.
See, this is why you shouldn't put me over here. Kevin, I'm sorry you hurt your finger.
You're not in frame.
It's so far
Don't
over.
hit that camera though.
Oh my gosh. John showed me the picture. Well, actually, he was like, "You want to see something disgusting?" And I was like,
"Well, I just read what he said."
Sure. And I
See in this frame.
Well, I can't read over here. I can't read that. My eyeballs suck. I have to come over here.
Because it was fabulous.
Oh, I have silly hair curlery things in my hair, and I'm not going on the internet with silly hair curler things on my head. Yeah. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch. Hopefully it recovers quickly. Hi, Marianne. Yeah, I'm sanding the Christmas in July.
We'll bump that camera.
Christmas in July pins right now, but I'm moving on pretty quickly because this week's is the Hummingbird pins, and it's funny because when I was pouring these, I had in mind that I was going to call them like super shift or ultra shift or something like that, because that's all I used in these. It was 3 different ultra shift powders that are incredibly expensive. Like, you buy them by the gram. And anyways, so I used that for these, but when I took them out, I was like, oh my gosh, they look like that shimmery, shiny, like front part of some of the John keeps making me move over, and I'm going to.
Why?
Well, I can't move over. You've got this way too turned over here. I'm gonna get your other camera. Anyways, he's multi-streaming one way and the other. But yeah, I took these out, and he was talking about the hummingbird that we just saw at his mom's house. Crazy amounts. Now, the ones that were the inspiration of naming these hummingbird are not the same kind that are like local to here. But when we lived in Arizona, we got a ton of hummingbirds there as well. But yeah, so that's why they're named that. What else? Rita will try to call me. You're amazing. But yeah, so that's what we're doing this week. We're also working on I'm naming them Siren Spell for the week that we're going to be at the beach. Those are super cool. And usually when we go out of town, this is what we do. We essentially kind of sprinkle in an entire drop's worth of pins throughout like a month, and then sometimes it ends up being very last minute the week up that I'm doing almost double. But that's my own fault because we knew we were going to do this trip. It's the same week every year. It's the beach with my family. Anyway, so we're working on 3 different colorways right now. I typically in the past, they're not over here anymore, but those the ones that I am calling Christmas in July, because that's what the theme of the box is. It's like a snowstorm over the ocean, but very similar to the sandy beach that I've done. However, I've done it almost every year, and I think that's just, maybe too many times. Like, I've done it at least 5 or more times, and so I just need to switch it up and do something different. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. And the cotton candy ones that y'all might have seen John turning last week sold out super quick, and that is such a it's amazing for us. Like, we're very grateful because that doesn't always happen. I have lots of little, a few pins hanging around from like the last 4+ colorways. But the cotton candy sold out. So I put a poll up of who missed out and who would want to buy one. And it was just like an overwhelming, I missed out, I would buy one. Hello, Gerald. Good morning. John had me come talk for a minute. But a bunch of people missed out, so I did re-pour them. And for that, we're going to do a pre-order, which we have not done, or like a made-to-order kind of thing that we haven't done in like 4 years. Because when I did it 4 years ago, it didn't go super well. As in, people bought them, but then complained about them once they got them. Because obviously within resin blanks, there's a lot of variation. So, anyways, I don't think I'm going to have a problem with these ones. They're pretty consistent. Obviously with variation, but hopefully everyone who buys one will be happy with the one that they end up with. Blank and color-wise. But, yeah. I'm gonna get back to sanding. John needs to get to turning these hummingbird ones because those are the ones I actually like need to do today. It typically takes me about 3 days to sand, you know, our 40 something batch of diamond painting pens. And we have a few custom ones like that get sprinkled in there too. But yeah, it's a lot of sanding. And as you see, I've got a more heavy duty wrist brace because I did ask my doctor about it the last time I went because it definitely has been bothering me, especially after I sand all day. Just I guess the motion. So I have a little bit of like tendinitis kind of stuff going on, but this helps a ton. Like if I use this like as a preventative, then it doesn't hurt as bad at the end of the day. So, anyways, bought a crazy wrist thing. Oh, here are some fountain pens that are currently being worked on.
I've been turning those casually on screen.
Yeah, we have our first show isn't until August, but obviously like it's almost the end of May, and because we do the diamond painting pens full time, we have to make sure that we're also keeping up with our fountain pens for all the upcoming shows. So these are super pretty. I picked the blanks out for John. They're a lot of the pastellies. Those tend to do really well for us. But I am planning on some more neutrally colors that are gonna be with this as well. Let's see, Gerald. I got my table assignment for San Francisco already, which is crazy. We don't even have table assignments for any of the shows that we're doing this year, but I think it's pretty fantastic. I'm going to be in one of those, so not the main ballroom and not the hallway, thank goodness. I'm going to be in one of those little small rooms, not the one that me and Bart were in last year, but like the one over, one of the ones kind of in the middle. And I'm in there with Bart from Zodiac Pens, Little Hollows in there, Jonathan Brooks from Carolina Pen Company's in there, and then a couple, I think, newer maybe pen makers or pen sellers. I'm not sure what. But yeah, anyways. And then there's some stationary people in there and stuff too. So super excited about that. I'm glad to be in the same room as some makers so that if I have to escape for snacks or the bathroom, that someone can watch the table. So yeah, so excited about that. I need to book my flight at some point. I have not done that. Yeah, the San Francisco show is so fun, so big, so crazy, but a lot of fun. I really love, and I love the hotels that it's at and the stuff around it, and it's just a good time. Marianne, are you going to the Orlando Pin Show or one of the pin shows this year? I feel like John told me that.
Yeah, her and Rita.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was like, I know. So yeah, I'm excited about Orlando too. And the kids are going to be with us. The kids are going to be with us in DC as well. So I've got to order them some Maverick Pens merch so they can represent, because the last time they went wasn't last year but the year before, and I'll tell you what, when they're that age, nothing fits them from 2 years ago. They're going like weed. Can swing it. The lobster. We did. We had that lobster place the first night I think we all got there. I mean, obviously, it's lobster is expensive, but it was amazing. I got a lobster roll, and then several people at our table ordered the shrimp, the cocktail shrimp, like bucket, or the boiled shrimp bucket, and we all shared those because they were huge. There were so many shrimp in there, so it was delicious. I'm sure we'll do it again this year. I think that's one of the favorites of the places around there. You're originally from San Francisco? So when I went the first year, that was my first time ever in San Francisco, and I hadn't been to California since I was 4. So that was my first trip to California since I was 4, and my first introduction to San Francisco. So Very fun. And Mark from Rickshaw, they're the big show sponsor there, and he's fantastic. He's so fun to see and get to go to dinner with and talk to and all that. The lobster chowder is great. Well, if it's chilly, I might have to go for a lobster chowder. But yeah. You ready, John? I don't know. I don't know where my collet is either. My collet's all messed up now. I need a new one.
Collet, man.
But yeah, I have my hood on because I have my like hair curlery thing, like the overnight curls. If you're a lady, because we're going to dinner later with John's sister, and this was just an easy way to keep my hair back and nice looking while I'm sanding all day. So if you're wondering why I kind of look ridiculous in a hoodie in the middle of the summer.
That's the only reason?
Did I look ridiculous? But that's what we've got going on. Right, John?
Alright, that's it. I'm done. Ready.
Okay, good. Nice talking to you guys. I'm going to get focused, laser focused, John, on sanding. So I have a lot of sanding to do. I also put on the arthritis cream underneath here because that was also suggested. So I feel prepared, ready for a long day. All Bye. Right. John, come on. I thought you said you were done. Dropping things. Yeah, you should. Like I said, John and I have been like chatting on Discord, and then what we're doing tonight is oops, I hit your camera, is an open heroic raid with our guild. So if you want to be a part of that, we can get you an invite, or you can just chat with us while we're doing that too.
It's a white fest.
It's a mess.
Hopefully it won't be as bad this week.
Hopefully. But I think he would have to join the guild.
Yeah.
And we'd have to.
Because we're trying to do it as a guild achievement.
Yeah, it's I would suggest being on at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you want to get into it. Or you can hang out, and sometimes people drop out and then more people, but a lot of people wait. If not, we usually set up a Google Meet so that he and I can still be on video chat and talk to each other, even though we're in the Discord group. We mute ourselves in that because there are like 40 people that end up in the Discord group, and they're a mess. So, but it's fun. Anyways, that was a lot.
Nice.
Now I'm done.
You sure?
I don't know.
All right. All right, let me switch it back. Over here. There we go. All right. Okay, that's good. I don't know if anybody's actually watching on vertical, but the reason I am dual streaming is because it does allow more people to see the channel, and that's a part of it, which is weird, but it is what it is. Well, I mean, it's not all that weird. It's kind of, people do that because they are they're just scrolling, you know. Okay. Well, has anybody listened to any of those turning songs before I get started too? Does anybody listen to those songs? I've got my little playlist that I've got on there. They're all done with AI. I mean, you have to talk to the AI to get to the thing that you're going for, but yeah.
Bart just texted me table assignment.
Yeah.
So I was just waiting, and then I'm on the other side of the room. He said, "I already asked them to move you to the table beside me." Not gonna be probably the side part.
Is it San Fran?
Yeah, well, I was already gonna be in the same room.
In San Fran? Nice. Where's the playlist? It's just on my videos. Yeah, it's just the videos. But yeah, they're pretty funny. If you listen to the lyrics, they're pretty funny. You know, it is more like a pen maker kind of humor. But you could probably apply it in other areas too. It's just kind of funny. But I'm probably going to keep going with that. Every time I sit down, when I'm doing the 30-day, which I've got 6 days so far now. Woo! We're getting there. I'll get sidetracked, and then I'll just make a song, and then I'll go back to it. Let's see. Let's see if I could drop it in there. So, you go here. You go to this channel. Let's go to channel, videos. There you go. So, whoop, there we go. So you just go to the Maverick workshop and then you click on videos. Oops. The videos. And then you go to the latest. And then there's some of the songs. They don't have many views, but that's not the point. The point is just to have fun. Anyway, the lyrics are on there. Everything's generated through AI, so except the prompts and the specifics and the you know, the style and stuff like that. So there is a little bit of creativity that goes into it, but a lot of it's done just by computer. But yeah. But I've listened to some of them quite a few times because I find them to be pretty good, to be pretty well done. Some of the pronunciations are weird. Called CA glue, called it Ka glue, but you get what you pay for, and I didn't pay for it, so. Okay, I did pay for it, only so I could put it on YouTube. But you get a lot of free credits as well, just by trying it out. But let me go ahead and talk about that too while I'm getting started here. If you do happen to use SOOO, be aware that it's only for you to enjoy. There's no rights to the song or anything like that you have that you can make money from. Obviously, people probably do that anyways, but not me. Not me. I'm the sucker that'll pay for it just so I can cross my I's and dot my T's. You know. Yeah, that was on purpose. But it's pretty fun. Made some fun songs. Had the kids try it out, but it's interesting because you can use it to put on stuff, but you can't make money from it. And even if you do make money from it, it's only from that platform. And you don't actually own the song still, but you do have, I think it was commercial rights. So that's one of those little nuanced things that they don't, well, I didn't look for it. But, yeah. Free credits like a drug sample, yeah. I mean, there is something kind of exciting and intoxicating about that being brought to life. So it's pretty neat. It's a good time. It's a good time. These should turn really nicely. If you're unfamiliar with the different types of stuff that you can put into resin, mica usually turns really nice. The other powder stuff turns really nice as long as you can, as long as it doesn't like cling together and get clumps. Anything like that would be pretty nice to turn. The resin does pretty well mixing with it. I think of it like sugar and sweet tea. If you do it when it's not the right temperature, it ends up with all that sugar floating around. But then, if you do it at the right temperature, it distributes throughout pretty evenly. So that's my little analogy. And I'm drinking sweet tea. Went to Bojangles this morning. Anybody had Bojangles? Why does your mandrel shake? I am not sure. It could be a variety of reasons. I'd have to look at what it is. Off the top, I would think that either your centers aren't aligned, which could possibly be the case, which is unlikely, or your holes are loose. That would be my second guess. You sell, what's a Yalti? What's Yalti, Kevin? But yeah, Mary, that would be something that we'd have to get like a little recording of it actually happening, and then I'd probably be able to help you a little better there. But yeah, if I had to guess, it was, or it would be, I don't know. Other than those things that I mentioned already. What do you think so far of the 30-day? Discord thing. Okay, cool little trick. Many of you have seen it already. But you're gonna see it again. Get some mineral oil that we use for bamboo cutting boards. Is all the bamboo cutting boards we use and have. Actually, let me bring it up closer. So here we are. Now you just get a little oil, and it fills in the gaps. And it'll show you what it's going to be more like. From there to there. So you can kind of see, what it's going to look like when it's done. Get a better idea at least.
I'll finish it. When you do a regular salty catch, it's not right this second.
No! I will not do any regulars today. Of course. Of course! Just come on over here and let me know. Let's see. If you can't figure it out, you'll send me an email. I mean, don't be afraid to hop on like a video chat with me. It's alright. We can do this. We can do this, Marianne. Believe it or not, I'm more of a personal person anyways. Can't tell me that doesn't look like some of the finishes that are out there. I'm not throwing stones, but just saying, there's some finishes out there that look like that. I've only bitten you once. Yeah, I try to keep that to a minimum. Do my best, but here's a regular.
Not right now.
Okay, there's more regulars. There's more regulars. That's fine. There are more regulars. Yes, but you said you were going to do it later. And that's fine. I'm just grabbing them. What? I can't hear you. Ooh. Marking. I'm already on camera. I don't know why I feel a certain way about that. having to move a little slower because I'm not in a position normally. This afternoon, sure. We'll do a quick little chat. Man, these bearings in the way, they're just working real hard. And Mike, how you doing? Like is liked. Ah, yes. There you go. But yeah, Mary, troubleshooting, what size drill bit are you using for the holes? And then could potentially help somebody else out. The drilling the hole part was in the 30-day already. But sometimes it can be a little I guess nuanced in the verbiage used. For example, when I hear something, same words and stuff, but sometimes when I hear somebody say something, I hear it differently than what Abby hears, which happens often. Same words being said, same person. It's just the recipient is a little different as far as interpreting. You been able to get into the shop lately, Mike? And if so, what you working on? don't know if you can hear that, but it's the vibrations coming from here. And so moving around, there's the vibrations. And it's a tool positioning thing. So I need to be a little lower. And then it won't make the sound anymore. And it'll give you a nice clean surface. It probably didn't look like a whole lot from y'all's point of view. But I'll start with my tool kind of aimed a little bit up right here. And then just kind of clean that part. But because I'm going all the way down to about right here, I can't approach it the same. I need to drop it down the tip of the tool that's making contact. It's got to get dropped down a little bit. But because of how large of a diameter that was in the beginning, and then how close it is to these things, I couldn't just start there. So just kind of peeling it away is the method. I also made a video on that as far as like prepping to turn and doing some of the turning. That's where I mentioned the old swoop, but I've yet to see anybody comment, so it tells me nobody's watching it. That's all right. Rather, I'll be here for the lives anyways. It's more engaging that way. And then you can also ask questions real time. Looks like ads are coming through. I need to change that. It should be manual. There you go. What? What? Oh, goodness. What is going on? Weird. New settings. There we go. Okay. There. That setting automatically gets switched on every time you make a new stream, if you didn't know already. Oh, you can see down here. You can see down here that these are my taps and dies from Harbor Freight, and this is definitely the easiest way to start messing around with taps and dies. I think this was like $15 or $18. It was less than 20. It's one of those. But pretty easy. Pretty inexpensive, rather. And then that can get you started on making different things that can use taps and dies. And then you move on from there. There we go. This was a 15. So yeah, taps and dies, a chuck, and a Jacob's chuck. You can make well, a lot, really. You can make a lot of different stuff. And then you can also modify a lot of different types of things too. Is also one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, keeping things in order, organized, and easily reachable. That's kind of what I was talking about when it came to setting up your workshop. You know, things that you don't use very much, have it further away than things you use often. That way you don't have to walk all the way across the shop. All the way, meaning like 3 steps for me, 5 steps or so. But still, if you could just turn and grab it, that 5 seconds there, 10 seconds elsewhere, over time will make you much more efficient. So that's something worth being mindful about as you try to iron out like the whole economy of motion type of stuff. And then also putting stuff back where you got it from. Well, I'm not great at that sometimes, but that is what makes it easier to keep up with everything. Having a spot for it, and putting it back when you're done. You spend 20 minutes looking for it, and you could have already had the whole job done potentially, depending on what it is. But that's just a optimization sort of thing where it's not super relevant for somebody that's beginning. You just got to figure out what it is that you want access to. So that's why I guess I have a little bit more general rules or rule of thumb. What? Okay, now play. Oh, geez. Oh, man. Gotta sharpen my carbide. These are just carbide inserts. So instead of having to go to the bench grinder and grind the edge, you can you replace the carbide insert, and then you're good for like another 50 on one side. Rotate it and do another 50 or so. So we should be getting off thin ribbons now. Hopefully I don't get a big chunk cut out. This. I'm gonna say these carbide inserts have been more dull than the other ones I've gotten, but you got what you paid for. I think they were like 30 bucks for 10, whereas some of the other ones are like $30 for one. But it could also be the blanks, but they're turning all right. Definitely turning a little different. Like almost like you're hitting sand, kind of. right. Of course, that's the last one when I'm wondering about that. Sounds about right. Pin magic. Temperature. That's pretty much all I did. I introduced a little temperature. You could use either, but I use friction. But I'm glad to hear that it is solid. It's how it was supposed to be in the first place. I'll let you down. But you gotta do it carefully and not too hot, or it'll warp. I'm glad you see it that way. I like you. My kind of guy. But heat and a round collar. But I also had some backups if that didn't work. Yeah. Anytime we do that type of thing, I always have Abby make me an extra one or two. That way, if anything did go wrong, and that was just a habit that we started from the beginning. You listen to Scorpions? This is a song that I've been listening to pretty frequently. And then somebody was telling me that there's like a whole conspiracy around it too. Hey, you've heard it too. But see, I haven't pursued that very far, but I am wondering what, like, I mean, I'm not upset about it either, but that's funny. You knew exactly what I was talking about. It came up on my playlist, and then I was like, you know what? I like that. So. But I haven't looked into the whole conspiracy part of it yet. Huh. I'll have to investigate. I think there is an interesting case to be made that if you wave enough money in front of somebody's face, they will, you know, do whatever it is. Or, alternatively, if you have any sort of leverage over them in other ways, which it's kind of funny. I was talking about that to my daughter the other day. So I was talking about different types of people that influence others or that have followings of sorts. And I was talking specifically about the negative ways to lead. And, you know, there is guilt, fear, guilt, and there was another one I mentioned. It evades me right now. But those just aren't very good things in my view. But on the other hand, I think other people have abused some of the other ways as well, which is also unfortunate for people who are genuinely good people. Like people that say that they got your best, the best for you in mind, kind of thing. So I think that people are leveraged in different ways, and I think it's a poor thing to do, poor character thing to do. You might make more money as a business, but anyway, we were looking into that song, and then it was like the Berlin Wall type of thing that we learned that Gorky Park was kind of a sanctuary kind of place down the river or something like that. I don't remember the exact stuff, but you been listening to Morgan Wallen? Morgan Wallen. Oh, that was the other thing. We were talking about like different cults and stuff too. I talked to my daughter about a lot of things, and most of them relate to like our context and like inflections in people's voices and paying attention to the different cues of what people are saying and how they're saying it and stuff like that. Might be a weird thing to do, but I think it's interesting. Decided a concert would replace the San Fran show or DC show? Heck yeah. A pin show break? I hear ya. I hear ya. Those pins can go right for a long time. Yeah, we're going to so around the Orlando show time, well, let me back up. I'm going to an AC/DC concert with my dad. And then we have another concert that is Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie. I've always wanted to see Rob Zombie in concert. Marilyn Manson, I guess, he'll be interesting to see, I think. Not to mention the crowds. Oh man. I can't wait to see what the crowds look like. Yeah, beautiful people. Oh, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, we're gonna go see Evanescence as well. And I think that is it for the concerts. We're not taking the kids to those. But we did take them to a Falling in Reverse concert, and they loved it. We took them to a Lindsey Sterling concert before because I really like Lindsey Sterling. I think that there's something specific about a high pitch that I really like in my ears, which I guess is weird. But I like the violin, her style of violin. Yeah, the concerts are pretty costly. The Rob Zombie was an early birthday present for me, so we could get the tickets when they released them, and then the place that we go to, or I guess that they're having it at, there's assigned seating. I know some venues don't have assigned seating; they have like zones or sections, but we don't like that kind of thing. Well, Abby doesn't like that kind of thing. I'm kind of indifferent. It is nice knowing where we're going, though. Beat Saber. Oh, man. That's interesting. I've been really wanting to get Guitar Hero again. Not only Guitar Hero, but Mortal Kombat. I took my kids to see that movie. We watched all the old ones, and then we also watched the newer one. And then the second newer one came out. There's a lot of good storytelling that could be done in there, and it's, I don't know, it's, I think some people call it like popcorn movies, where you just go and you sit there and you just enjoy it for what it is. But, you know, it's reminiscent of my younger days, I suppose. And it was, I broke controllers. I had a raging problem. I get real mad sometimes. But yeah, I want the like little guitar that you do the whole, it's got like the 6 button, or yeah, the 6 buttons, and you strum the little lever. I just think it's fun. That's one of the few games I ever played with Abby's parents while we were dating. They had Rock Band, and I went over there. One of the first times I met her parents, I went over there and played Rock Band with them. Her dad really likes playing the guitar. But I haven't listened to Lindsey Sterling in a little while. And, you know, it's kind of like a Cirque du Soleil type of thing when you go to one of her concerts, at least. Because there's not really any vocals. She's an instrumental, which is pretty funny when it kind of reminded me of, I saw somebody say that they took their wife to a Steve Vai concert, and like an hour into it, the wife asked him, "When's the singing gonna happen?" Not realizing that he is a guitarist, and that is what he built it all on. So no singing was gonna happen at that concert, and the Lindsey Sterling is very similar. Although they had. Who they had? They had Walk Off the Earth or something with them when we saw it. But weather made it so they only had a little bit of time to perform. So pretty funny. It's not like a sing-along, which is why my kids really like Falling in Reverse, because I listen to a lot of those songs in the car, and so they knew all the words, and the energy that you get at concerts is so indescribable, I would say, unless you're there. So we'll probably end up going to another one of their concerts. And funny enough, the year prior, Ronnie, the lead singer, he had like a sore throat or something, and if you listen to his vocals, it might not be your flavor of music, but his vocal range is really incredible, and the power. So they ended up canceling the Charlotte show, And so the following year, I guess last year, they came around again, and they delayed it, I think, by one day or something like that. But kids, my kids really like that. They yeah, like my oldest daughter, she still will play those songs. And sing to them and all that stuff. Because now she has like the experience associated with it too, and it's just, I don't know, more impactful. So that's kind of why I really wanted to go see AC/DC when I saw that they were coming, because I don't know how many more concerts or tours that they're going to even do. And same with Rob Zombie, getting up there in the years. And I'm pretty sure that some of these, like, money's a motivator, sure, but I don't think that some of these artists do it for the money as much as they do for the people that, you know, have gotten them to where they are. So I always appreciate the types of artists that are that way. Have I ever heard of Porcupine Tree? No. Is that a song or an artist? Damn. Artist. I do have a Spotify, I can look it up. Yeah, Smash Mouth, no more All-Star, right? Brian, how you doing, man? Talking about different bands and concerts and you seen a ton? Heck yeah. I listen to Trains. Try not open car. Is your type of jam, Gerald? I dig it. Brian, we got a few concerts coming up. that we're going to be going to. I've got a Rob Zombie and a Marilyn Manson one. That's in one show. I've got AC/DC. Going to see Evanescence. And then going to see... I'm missing one. I think I missed some of them. Hey, Marianne, welcome back. No worries, no worries. It'll be up for your viewing pleasure. We can skip through some of the silent parts. And oh. I always ask Abby what concert I'm missing. Hey.
Yes?
Rob Zombie, AC/DC, Evanescence.
Happy with that fun.
Oh yeah, we did get tickets for that, huh?
The kids are coming with us.
Yeah. Thanks. I didn't want to just say it, but that's the one I was thinking. So we're going to go see Five Finger Death Punch as well, but we're taking the kids to Five Finger Death Punch.
They know all the words.
Yeah, they know quite a few of the songs. So hopefully it'll be like a Falling in Reverse, but a different different tune, I suppose. It's fun. Yeah, you want to see Evanescence? Well, get some tickets, man. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you off the top of my head. But get some tickets and go. You could probably. I listened to that Evanescence in high school. Let's see, live event. That's what I like about Spotify too, is that it's like right there. Let's see. They'll be in Charlotte June 18th. And it looks like they're going to Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Raleigh, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Illinois, Indiana, Arkansas. They're going a lot. They're going a lot. To a lot of places. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Good to see you, man. On your lunch break? Oh, you have, Brian? That's awesome, man. Cardi B came to Charlotte. Tickets were so expensive. I don't imagine attending a Cardi B concert. Who else? Oh, Five Finger Death Punch is coming to where you are. I've listened to them for a long time too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the military that's kind of like a requirement to at least listen to some Five Finger Death Punch. Oh man. Yeah, Brian's the man with the bushings. And if y'all don't know, he also has a YouTube. You can see them being made. Give me a little shout out there, Brian. But yeah, that's a good music out there. Anybody heard of Kim Dracula? That person got or was able to tour with In This Moment, who's a female lead singer. Metal band. I like In This Moment. So we went to go see that concert, and that's when I first heard of Kim Dracula. But apparently they got popular by doing their version of Paparazzi. And if you're into like I don't usually like yelly, screamy kind of music, but it's not bad. Hey, right on, Gerald. Take care. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you. All right, so we got a problem here. Let me show you what the problem is, and then I'll tell you how I'm going to fix it. I only need to take that one off. Alright, so this is the problem. Let's see, there's like a little, it's cracked, for one, and then there's also like something there that's like powdery. So all I'm going to do is take it over to my other lathe here, which is nice to have multiple. All I'm going to do is trim it back, which will change the profile of it, which is not that big a deal, because we can make it symmetrical still. just be a slightly different shape. So just kind of making the there we go. Didn't have her tight enough yet. Okay, let's see. Am I good yet? Yes, I am good. Let me flip it around and do the other side. So we made the top a little flatter. So this is what it looks like now. Right? Not symmetrical anymore. So we're going to take this part back a little bit too. On the other side. And then we shall fix that. It's not worth getting to this point and then being able to quickly fix that and not doing it, you know? Sometimes when you make repairs like that, you discover different designs or profiles, shapes or profiles that you may incorporate into the next go. This is going to give it a combination of like a bat end and a tapered end. And then also, because the hole is drilled as far as it was, I don't need to address that, even if it does not fully seat onto the bushings. That's not really a problem. But now we're here, and now we need to adjust the profile a bit. So back in we go. Boom. You see, when I'm talking about the 30-day, referring back to that, sometimes it is best just to move on, and then when you're all done, come back and then do those little remedies. Because it's possible I'll encounter it again. Unlikely, but it's possible. And then we will, or then you just go back to it afterwards. So that's how I would approach it as a, if I'm still trying to figure out different aspects of turning, or if I'm trying to do a lot of stuff. Like if I had to figure out how I was going to do that, it would take time, right? But because I've already put the time in to figure out how I was going to fix it, it's just a little quick fix. And all it did was take about a 1/4 inch off of the overall length, which is not that major of a factor. I'll throw a couple regulars in here of the other one I'm working on. Abby's putting blanks in the pot, so I'll be right back. Just 1 second. I can get it set. One sec. I'm not gonna make it. Alrighty. Make sure when you make blanks that you have the compressor turned on and ready to get the tank up to pressure. Make sure your regulator is also set to the appropriate operating temperature or pressure as well. And we have our pots at 60. But follow the user manual. But there's also a blow-off valve with the pressure pots that you should probably periodically check. The blow-off valve is adjustable, but it's a manual adjusting thing. And that just means that if too much pressure gets in there, it will bleed down that pressure until it gets back to the area you set it at. So I can actually show you right quick what I'm talking about. I've got another pot here. So this is our pressure pot. So this is the California air-cool pressure pot. So this is the inlet. So it goes, the connector goes to this little manifold right here. I always put it on while this is closed. Little red guy. So when it's in line, it's giving pressure to the inside, which looks like this. So this nozzle right here, it's got a hole that goes sideways, which is ideal actually, because you don't want it to go straight down, because anything that you put in, it could blast it with the amount of pressure that's going into it as it fills. But the blow-off valve, or the safety valve, is right here. All you do is you can tighten it to increase the pressure or loosen it to decrease the pressure, and then it should have spring tension, so you can pull up on it. I don't know if you saw the movement, but it did. It lifted. But there's just a little bit of pressure with spring tension, and so if this gets too high a pressure, then this should be set to basically release some of the pressure before it becomes problematic for the tank itself. So there, now you know a little bit more if you didn't know that already. But the if you didn't know, you also, the compressor also has a it's got a regulator that a lot of compressors have a regulator where you're controlling how much pressure is going out. And then it also has a tank pressure regulator that's static, that you would have to take it apart in order to adjust it, unless you get a higher end one that you can manually control. But if you're unfamiliar with those things, I wouldn't recommend messing with it too much, other than function checking. What else? Get out of here, bug. Right on, Johnny. Take care, man. Yeah. I wouldn't mess with it too much. Just to make sure it works is the most important part. You don't want your pressure pot getting to like 120 and it's only rated for, 60 psi for like extended circuits, or for extended use, and then like 80 max operating pressure or max pressure. It's just best to take a look at that. And I know that some people say that their blanks are, then they go into a pressure pot at 120 psi, and like, I don't know the lower limit, but we haven't had issues with it at 50 psi or 60 psi or anything like that. So you could probably go down even further. But again, I haven't looked at the lower end of pressure for compressing the bubbles. But yeah, the California Air Tool they sell as a pressure pot, but it's really a paint pot that's been converted or modified. Just like what people have done with the Harbor Freight one. Except they sell it as that, and Harbor Freight does not. Probably liability purposes. But the pot itself is pretty expensive. I think it's like they were like $250 when we got them. I think that they're up to $280 now. But, you know, if you have a good sense of what you're going to be doing with it, then it's not that big of a deal to spend that kind of money, in my mind, because the amount of uses that you get out of it is like infinite as long as you maintain it. The only thing that we've actually messed with at all was the gasket that the rubber ring that sits on top. You have the Harbor Freight one. We used to have that, and we did that. But with the amount of blanks that we were pouring at one time, that just wouldn't accommodate all of that. And it was leaking pretty much the whole time. So the seals wasn't great when we did it either. The little wing nuts were kind of janky. And we didn't replace them with bolts or anything, but you could do that. It's not a recommendation I am personally making, for liability reasons. You do that type of thing at your own risk. Don't blame me for it. But yeah, we used it and it worked for a while. And I imagine, Brian, with you, man, I'm not throwing stones or anything, but the amount of times that you make blanks, I don't think they're as frequent as we do here. And so that could be the right tool for you. I'm looking at the Howdy lathe. And do I need a Howdy lathe? Of course not. I don't. But it'd be nice to have. So I'm really hoping that those bearings are going to be a lot quieter because they're going to be bigger. Look, I'm eyeing the T40. It's a little bit longer and a little bit taller. Yeah. Hey man, if you did, you'd be working on a different business. Oh, cool. Yeah, Vivor's really been pushing its way into the whole lathe scene and the other accommodating things that go along with turning and stuff like that. Like, I'd never heard of a Vivor metal lathe before until like probably a year or two ago. But, you know, it wasn't like, I don't know, it just wasn't one of the known brands quite yet. But I suppose that's how things go. They're not known until they are. But we're pretty sure that because our Harbor Freight modified one leaked so often, it kept our compressor running often. And we're pretty sure that that's what killed our compressor the first time. We just have, I think it's a 5-gallon compressor. It's pretty small. But it's right for the shop size that we have right now. It'd be pretty nice to have one that's like all the way outside, that when it kicks on, it's not so loud. And then you can also have different hoses, you know, mounted to the ceiling type of thing. It'll be pretty nice. especially at my metal lathe. Because after doing some drilling in the metal lathe, it's just nice to be able to blow it away and then keep moving. But the vacuum's right there too. So that's my kind of fix right now. Might get into more casting and mold making. Right on. What kind are you thinking? We got an 80 gallon. Wow. That's a big compressor. What's the lifespan on those? I imagine 10 years or so. Silicone molds. You're going to be making the vertical ones, kind of like P-Town, or what's the resin works guy? What's his name? I can't remember his name. But he makes them too, I think. We'll be probably buying another set. We did buy them from shoot, it's been a while. We bought them from P-Town we bought a few sets from P-Town. We have a lot of molds over there. And then we tried a different set of molds because they were triangular shape, which made it easier for fitting them in. And then, golly, that's going to bother me. But man, do I hate getting the blanks out of those. I hate it. And Abby's been kind enough to switch back to some of our older P-Town molds. Hey Rita, how you doing? Good to see ya. What am I doing? There you go. Just got back from North Carolina. Awesome. Well, I bet you're glad to be home. Not the vertical one yet? Yeah. Well, whatever P-Town is doing, these blanks are a lot easier to get out. What is that other one? I gotta get it. It's gonna drive me nuts. There. This is Olive Frog. So the mold itself serves its purpose, right? You can cast molds, or you can cast blanks in them, but I'm telling you, getting them out is a nightmare. Like, we definitely got some use out of them, that's for sure. But because I've had to push so hard on the bottoms, because the silicone is pretty rigid, which isn't necessarily a bad thing when you're casting, but when you're trying to extract them, it just adds to the difficulty. Let's see, something else I could show that I'm pretty sure contributes to how they come out is I guess I can't really show that. I don't know how I would. Oh, okay, this will work. Okay. You might not be able to see it, but these two different blanks here. This one's from the olive frog, and this one's from a P-Town mold. When it comes to extracting them, because this surface is so smooth, and silicone will grab a hold of it. It doesn't really have anywhere. I can't think of a good analogy right now, but it really likes to grab the walls, so getting it out is a real doozy. So, for those reasons, we'll probably stick with P-Town, because when we buy them, we're spending like, I don't know, somewhere in vicinity of $1,000 for all the molds that we were getting. So when we do it, those are ideally going to last us a long while. And then also mold release is really important. Mold release extends the life of the silicone. But it's not necessary, just it extends the life of it. But Rita, how was the wedding? Did you have a good time? Get to see some people that you hadn't seen in a little while? My sister's in town this week, and so we'll be having dinner with her this evening. That'll be pretty nice. It was amazing. Awesome. Did you have good weather and all that? Oh, that's awesome. Glad the weather cooperated. Celebrated graduation, wedding. It's awesome. Vinny! How you doing, man? Brian's happy to see you, too. We got our own little Turner's reunion here. It's fun. All right, these blanks are called Christmas in July. If you weren't here for when I showed them in the first place, they've got little snowflakes. Got little snowflakes in there. You can kind of see a glint right there. But yeah, this is for a let's see, this is for a golly, a collab. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. They're for a collaboration, and I'm not sure if they've done a lot of talking about it quite yet, but this is I guess we decided to do it. Right on. Take care, man. Good seeing you. Of course, of course. Oh man. 22. If you don't already have a menu of shapes, I would suggest making one. If you're turning like this. Oh, by the way, I did get that collet apart. Just took some percussive encouragement. I whacked it. And then I went in, did some looking around, and had Abby order another one for me. So I've got a different type of collet now that I haven't tried yet. But it is a, it doesn't thread onto the spindle. It has a more taper. So we'll see how that goes. But more importantly, to open and close it, it is a wrench instead of rods. I'll show you here in a minute once I'm done with this one. And I can't tell if it's the cutter. Why is this doing that? Because it did it with the other one too. Feels like something is not right. I don't know what it is, but when I'm turning, it ends up with like, it almost feels like some really fine, like 2000 grit sandpaper or something. Which, I don't like that. I wonder if the bearings are causing that, maybe. Yeah, it's not as smooth as it usually is, which makes me evaluate my own skill. Is it that? But it did it on both blanks, which it wasn't doing that the other day. And it makes me think that it could be the blank. I mean, it's still pretty smooth, but it's not as nice as it should be. I don't know if it's the cutter. Let's swap the cutter again. I need to order some more of those too. I think it might be up in the headstock. Alright, gonna have to move. I have to move that. Because it's translating into the work and I don't like that. Just another thing, I suppose, to troubleshoot. Yeah, that's just not as smooth as it should be. Or usually is, I guess. Alright, let's see if loosening it made a difference. We're in troubleshoot mode. Nope. It didn't make a difference. But yeah, this up here is making noise that a little different. But I've done no maintenance on the lathe, so other than changing the bearings and then lubing the screw that's in here, I haven't really done anything to it. But the smoother I can do it over here, if you're wondering why I'm thinking about that so much, the smoother I can make it over here, the easier I make it on Abby for sanding. Because sometimes I can make it smooth enough to where she doesn't have to use some of the grits to smooth out the areas. So you can bypass some of the coarser grits. I wouldn't be surprised if I needed new bearings. Yeah, I've replaced them a few times. The last time I did is when I messed up the sensor for the digital readout. I've had to do some mods on this thing that yeah. But I will say I do have a backup lathe that I can turn on, which is pretty convenient. It's over at my dad's house right now. Let me turn some stuff off so I can hear. Live center. Could definitely start there. That'd be easier. There's a little knock in it. Let's get a different one. All right. I'll try that one. And then we'll move to phase 2 of diagnosing. I'm feeling for vibrations. Alright, we don't want to change too many things at once. Alright. Let's see. And I have adjusted the speed to see it like that makes it. Okay, let's see. We're turning a little bit slower right now. We're probably around 2,000. Oh, I don't have Morty on. Nope, still feels the same. Let's try another carbide. Could be the tip. Yep. I haven't made the new handle for this one yet. But I need to grind this part down a bit. Nope. And this is why this part right here, when I go in, I try to get into there. Not for this one in particular, but Nope. Still weirdly gritty feeling. We have positive contact the whole time, which is a big part. So not the live center. I suppose it could be the banjo if I moved it and didn't move stuff out from under it. Which I try not to do, but it could happen. No, I turned that off. Smooth. This side being a little smoother than that. A little sandpaper. It's a pretty fine grit. Let's take this off. Very unusual. And if it happened like immediately, you know, it couldn't have been something too crazy. If you didn't know, you can take this off, which is what we've done for Abby's lathe, because she never turns over there. And so there's no reason to have it. On my metal lathe, I take it off often and adjust it. Okay. Alright, feeling nice and smooth. It's just a little grabby. Okay. Okay, here we go. that locked into place. Get that positioned. Okay. Let's give it another whirl. This is as tight as it always is. Okay, that's set. Good, good. All right, round next one, whatever it is. Sounds more like the headstock. Nope. No difference. Yeah, it almost feels just gritty. And that's not what you want. Well, maybe Christmas will come over for the workshop. They're turning slower. This thing is about, let's see, this is probably about 22, 23. I broke my readout when I was putting it back together. Alright. Let's see. So we hear it. Now I can hear that coming in. Finish this one. I did loosen the belt one notch. There's a couple notches. It's not grumbling anymore. Well, not much. Could it be the temperature is causing the belt to relax? Would it be? Ah, there we go. Now we're back to smooth. Belt. Vinny for the win. The winning prediction. And I'm still going to have to look at that and see what the dealio is with the belt. It shouldn't move like that. But we are a lot smoother now. Let's see if I can actually find a spot that's different enough. Let's see. Oh, that one feels fine. You'll definitely not be able to see it. But you can feel it.
We're pretty loose now. If we want that to be the case. A little bit of lateral movement, and then up, down. The back end Feels a little loose.
Let's address that, huh? Tools. Get an Allen wrench. Yeah, I mean the bearing has been, it has been that way for a bit, and I changed it and it made the same sound, and then I changed it again, and then it was fine for a little while, and then it went again. So bearings of this size I don't think are intended to last as long as I use them. Guess we'll use this little set. There is not a preload adjustment that I'm aware of. Can turn off Maury, don't need him right now. Want that to fall off. Alright, grub screws are loose. Alright. We're already loose. I would need to take this off if I think I wanted to change the bearings. Because it needs to come out this way. But I don't really want to do that at the moment. I don't think we can get anything in there. What about the guide? It's not long enough. Need a little screwdriver. Need a little screwdriver. See if those things are coming loose. That one is an Allen wrench. Oh man, that's way too complicated. It's way too complicated. I mean, it might work, but that's a problem for somebody else. Not me. Look, where is that other one? There we go. Nope. used to have all this stuff like nicely placed, easily accessed. I probably took the other Allen set inside. I didn't want to do maintenance today. Let's see. Ha! Alright, so that one's set. And that one's set. Machinists like to make you think that they know what this is. So apparently at some point for this, one of the spindle screws, it came out, and so I just figured out the threads and then I made my own. So I just matched the threads, and then I used a grinder to create the other part, so I could thread it, or to screw it in, I mean. I didn't want this to do this, but it is. So if you ever do need to take your lathe apart, you would have taken these parts out already. Okay, I'm going to put this over here actually. Here. Alright, so there's the 3 screws that hold the front part on. Now this will just spin. And then there's another screw in here. And then what size do I need? Nope, not that size. There we go. So that's the sensor. There's only one on that. And I left it on there so it won't come out. But good. Okay. That's already loose. So at this point all we do is you knock the head out. There we go. Spring down. You enjoying this? We enjoying this, or should I just turn the stream off and continue? Try not to send the thing far here. There we go. There's one bearing out. And then this is actually how I messed up the digital readout in the first place, because for whatever reason it wasn't releasing. I wasn't able to cleanly get the part that holds the band off. But I did brace it. Okay. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. There's that little locker that goes onto the part. I'll show you where this goes here in just a second. Let's give us a bigger bench here. There we go. So this goes to the actual into the spindle. It's a little guide that makes the belt spin how it's supposed to. It goes into this recess here. This recess right here is where that goes. And then this, gotta make sure that you put back on. But it's this aluminum piece right here. And these are supposed to be the different indexing points that is in the back of the side over here. Which on my particular lathe never worked. It would lock it, and that was another problem that I had with it. But I forgot until now, because I just never used it. But when people do facets, that's what they use. Okay, so this is the sensor, the part that the other piece reads RPMs. That doesn't work anymore. That's okay. And then this is clamped into place. So one of those few times you'll need a very specific tool. But of course, I'll have to figure out where it is. In this area. Or I'm going to have to improvise. Let's see. I'm going to look a couple places. They're basically pliers that open. They start from a closed position and they open, but they have those tiny little pegs that allow it to operate in the other direction. Again, one of those very specific tools that I probably just put somewhere else that I have no idea, because it's so rare to use them. And then, of course, when you need them, you spend 30 minutes looking for them. That could be a lesson there, huh? Buy them as you need them. Alrighty, well, we will have to find a suitable alternative. Where's your little tiny plier things?
I don't think them out here. They're just taking them.
The little pink ones.
Yeah, I don't have them.
We used them for threading. Where's my ring making stuff? There we go. Okay. I used to have like a little bit more robust pliers that will give me a better grip on things, but this may just have to do. Because these little guys right here is what's holding the bearing in place. So I need to open that ring just enough Gonna have to get a little more creative here. Okay, we got movement. Aha, all right. Swap this little tip brush off. Trying to pin this down. Don't have to open it all the way up, just enough to clear that. Which is why those pliers are so valuable, because it's such a specific, stupid thing. Trying to get under it a little bit. Ah, I think I got it. Ha! Alright, so this is the ring that has a little channel lock in there. Ideally, it would open enough to make it easy to go through all the way. Let's see, what have I got? Ha! That'll work. So this in just a little bit, rotate. Is it right there? Well, this isn't making Hummingbird diamond painting pins, but it is quieter. There we go. Use this to kind of wedge between it. That worked. Now everything else should just be Guess it also needs some percussive influence. Let's put this, we're going to try and crib it a little bit. This will work. Nope. Just a little too, trying to shim it right now. That was too big. There we go. We're moving a little bit. Some WD-40. Probably get that more rigid piece in there now. Almost there. So it shouldn't be this difficult to take apart, just so you are aware. Having complications because it doesn't want to cooperate. Then again, it could have been induced, you know, many moons ago when I initially did this. Making progress though. Slow and steady. If you are still here enjoying this, thanks. Struggling through some stuff. But again, like I said before, it shouldn't be this difficult to take apart. It just happens to be because it's been a little while. It's dry. So you can see in there. Let's see, weave is straight. Yeah, we're straight. Ideally, oh, never mind. This is ideal. So we're straight in. Bearings trash. Jeez Louise. Come off already. Let's get some more swing. See if I can whack my hand at least a time or two, huh? Uh-oh! I hit the camera with it. Maybe that's a better view. Sorry. The the tailstock caught the cord. Need some harder. That's got too much give. Alrighty. Still don't want to go metal. It's free and clear in there. Not hitting anything. Yeah, we're free in there. Get off! We're like halfway there. Need a BFH. Big hammer. Alright, we're gonna go back to the original, I suppose. Just don't know, man. Some leverage. We'll start renaming these streams to Struggle Bus. This is about how hard it is to get those blanks out of that mold, by the way. Maybe collectively. No. Stay. There's something I'm missing. You have a lathe that was given to you. The centers are rusted. Can't get them out. Uh-oh. We made progress, and then let's see. It looks like we're a little offset on one side. Well, we know that they're fitted, machined quite well and fit. Shimmy it, I reckon. Progress. Man, I really just want to put something in there and just whack it. Not sure it's worth it, but you'd like to have it for polishing? Heck yeah. There we go. Smooth. All right. Now that we got all these pieces and parts everywhere, get some paper towels, some WD-40, give it a good little wipe down, a little scrub action. Got a wire brush we're going to use to hit the parts. Can you soak the tailstock? I mean, sometimes I ask myself if, what's the worst that could happen kind of thing, you know? Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Just kind of being mindful of what it could touch or what it could hit, um, stuff like that. A bigger brush would be more convenient here. I don't have one. But what are you trying to soak it in? It might be better just to like spray it and then let it sit. Yeah. But alrighty. Hit this spot with WD-40. Yeah. Sometimes I just roll the dice. I gotta say, doing that, is I can't say your results are gonna be the same, but I've had pretty good fortune, pretty good luck when I've been like, well, what's the worst that could happen? Would it really put me in a worse position or better position or no change? Okay. All right, let's get some new bearings. Ah, there we go. These. All right, make sure I got both sizes. I'll let you sit right there. These are the same size. There we go. There's a smaller one. All right, so there's the bearings. New ones. Get this little guy out of the way. You don't need to be there. Used WD-40, a rust remover, has been opted out of the garage. Yeah, I have a CLP spray that I use. It's actually over there, but I'm going to use it for putting this back together. It's a CLP, Clean Lube and Protect. Right, so assembly is the same thing in reverse. But we're going to clean the little channels right quick. Yum. You know, might as well since we got it apart. But these little recesses here are very precise for the bearings to fit snugly in. Boom, boom, boom. Have a little swig right quick. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's like I had a paper towel here. Where'd it go? The WD-40 makes it penetrating. Huh. I mean, for soaking wise, you could probably isolate little parts of it if you use like a bag. I'm busy. I'm busy. Taking stuff apart and putting it back together. Come on. Start spritzing. There we go. Okay, there we go. So that is good. Now we're going to put this piece on. Getting dirty in the shop today. This is the big bearing. Yeah, as far as rust goes, I am definitely not the right person to ask. I know that you can soak it in different chemicals and stuff, and it breaks down the rust and makes it so you can like wipe it away, but it also, like, the rust came from somewhere, and so if it's something that's like a tight tolerance sort of thing, you're gonna start affecting the actual measurements of it. Well, you're not. The rust in general is. Okay, I want something. I'll go straight in. Well, that fits. Mm. Let me move this little piece. There. Like it'd be ideal if something was like a tube that came all the way up, it was flat. But I don't think I have anything that's that size or that length and diameter. Take a gander right quick. Maybe a PVC? Might have a PVC pipe. Ha! Alright, blanks. Let's see, let's find some blanks that are the same length. That'll work. That'll work well enough. Not perfect, but good enough. There we go. Okay. These aren't exactly the same length here. It'd be more ideal if they were. It'll just be steady. There we go. little redneck ingenuity right there. Tell you what. All right. Now, this little guy. Don't shoot off. Nope, nope. Come on. Man, those pliers would be real handy to have right now. See, this is why I'm a big person when it comes to right tool for the job. Can you get it done? Yeah, sure. But it certainly makes it easier when you got the right stuff. And they were a Harbor Freight. That is one thing I will say about Harbor Freight. They do make things that are good to have for single use. If you need something, it's good to just go get it from there. If it's something that you're probably not going to use very much. That's kind of how I go about my purchases at Harbor Freight. Pretty sure this was from Harbor Freight too. and I needed it for like a RC car or something, but I've found many more uses for it. Stop going through. Ha! Oh. Almost. I don't advise this, by the way. But I just needed something that had a bevel on it. Should be smooth sailing for now. Alright, getting it back on was a little easier. There, now we're locked back into place. This little guy, I need this on the outside. Okay, I'm going to check this seating. Okay, that's good. Now this, we'll get the positioning, and then I will use the set screw. Okay, that is in position. And then this is going to go there. Okay. Why would I leave the correct size in there? This little guy popped out, and it goes in here. So probably should have done that before, but I didn't. Because this goes in like this. So pretty easy to get it set back in. Okay. Now there's a keyhole that we're going to lube up right quick. Oh, come on. There we go. Good enough. Alrighty. So the keyhole is where that other little piece goes. This little bar. So it sits in there, and it does actually have a locker in it. Okay. So that goes in like so. We're not going to go all the way because I got to put the belt on and actually put this inside. But that is the correct position and orientation. Come here, belt. I guess I can wipe the belt off too, huh? I'm looking at the tracks. They look pretty good. Alright, so I've got the keyhole upright because you don't want to dump that little thing out. Okay. So that's going to go through. Looks like swivel. It looks symmetrical. There we go. Alright, so we're cruising. Now, last, gotta get the bearing, other bearing. And that one doesn't have, like, it wasn't as difficult to get in or out. But it is quite a good snug fit. Okay, and make sure that that little spool thing, the guide. Why don't y'all come over here? Huh? You can see what I'm looking at, huh? There you go. Let's do a couple more adjustments. There we go. Okay, so this is like the guide wheel for the belt. But that's set, and then I didn't move you far enough to see the other side, but the other bearing needs to go Okay. I'll come back and tighten these in a minute. But I need to put some pressure on the other bearing to get it seated. Anyway, this is the annoyance of swapping the bearings. And it really wasn't that bad. It was, just a couple of those things that if I had the right stuff or had a better plan in the first place, it would have been so much better. All right. So this needs to stay in place, and I need to kind of knock this side in. Let's see. What do we got? Maybe? Haha, that'll do. Look at that. Pin chuck jaws coming into play here. Where'd my mallet go? I don't need to hit it hard, I just need to tap it. Just tap it in. There we go. That's it. Excellent. Now, this little guy can go back on. So there's grub screws. They're already loosened. I'm going to find the right size before we get there. And trial and error. Story of my pin making career, huh? Trial and error. I don't know if I can call it a career. What can you call a career? Is that it? Are careers only W-2 jobs? Jeez Louise. I'm not grabbing the right ones here. This is annoying. How far are you? John, you're an idiot. Alright, that side is almost set. I'm gonna have to rename this stream. Alright, so the hand wheel is almost back into place here. Alright. Okay, that's set, that's set. This needs to line up. Be like straight down. Okay. Now the other grub screw here. This one will go in. So this is just to help the to help grab a hold of the spindle. So nothing too crazy here. And one of them actually makes contact with that little key that I put in there. Okay. Need a flat head. There. So this is, I made this. It's not beautiful, but it works. It's the same thread. I just got a bolt and then cut the bolt head off. Okay. Looks like we're good. Let's go ahead and give this a little extra snug there. The other tool here, give that a little extra clamp. And this, that's set. That's set. And lastly, oh, still need that little guy. We'll lock this into place. All right. Move that. Check the make sure that we're aligned on the belt here. Okay, we're set. It's snug. So this lever down here, this little guy, there's a release lever. There's a release lever right here that you just lift, and then you can move the motor to tighten and loosen. So this is how you change the speeds on it. So you loosen it, and then you shift the belt one way or the other. Then you just push the handle back down into place. All right, so that is set. Let me reposition the camera here. Sorry. Now I run from you, this painted love. That'll be good enough for now, I think. Right. There we go. How are we looking? We're looking all right. Sweet. Definitely went a lot farther into this than I intended. Thanks, Vinny. I blame you. Might not be your fault, but I blame you anyway. Making me want to dig deeper into that thing. Alright, put my tools a little bit back to where they were, because I'm definitely not going to revisit this again today. Put my Allen wrench where it's supposed to be. But yeah, WD-40 is good for like breaking stuff free for sure. Alright, here's another thing I've learned is just get rid of the bearings. Just get rid of them. I don't know why I kept them, but now I don't know necessarily which ones are used and not. And you're not going to use them again because that's why you swapped them in the first place. I know, it's hard. It's hard. Maybe you'll find me later on today digging in the trash to get it back out. If your ways are kind of textured with like rust or something, you can use a fine grit sandpaper. I've been meaning to make a video about that too with the tool rests. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it in streams before, but when you first get a tool rest, it comes from like a casting, and it's pretty bad. Especially if you're getting the iron ones. This is a steel, so it's not as problematic, but yeah, iron, when they cast it, it's pretty well, when you're doing fine work, it's kind of rough, and you don't want that. You don't want your tool like catching in when you're trying to make it just glide. Because it should just glide. My banjo just likes to get stuck everywhere. Alright, here's my dead center. There it is. All fixed, I hope, Marianne. I hope so. If nothing else, it's going to be fixed for today. Fixed enough. Alright. Get everything set back up here. One more, or no? Yeah, perfect. Yep. All right. Yeah. 23. Okay, 23 it shall be. Hey. All right. All right, already? Oh, come on, baby. Moment of truth. Oh. Well, it sounds a lot better, that's for sure. Headphones died. It's alright. I got a backup set for this very reason. Alright, that's not entirely true, but I do have a backup set. Noise canceling. Sounds way better. Yeah, absolutely it sounds way better. Harbor Freight purchase too. How often do I actually need a mallet like that? Alright, let's see. I feel like I'm trying to move back in and get repositioned. Alright. It is. Oh, the other side felt good. Let's see how this one goes. Where'd the pencil go? Oh man. There we go. Alrighty, there. Will do. It's gotta be there somewhere. Right.
That's because it's not completely cylindrical right now. I won't count that one. Your work here's done? Yeah, man. With me every step of the way. I wasn't able to avoid the problem anymore. It wasn't for lack of trying, though. The lathe is quite a bit quieter now. My sensor's still broken, so I don't know how fast we're turning. But if I had to guess, based on the knob position and where I usually turn, probably about 32 to 33, somewhere around there. Why I chose 23 to do. Dumb. I had her too tight. Come on, find the right angle here. There it is. Oh, there it is. Now we're cooking again. Maybe it's just the belt pulled down, huh? But loosening the belt did also make it stop. So it had to do, I think, with the spindle being like under the load, and then like kind of not moving as if it were locked in place like it's supposed to be. And also the bearing itself was already had its turn. That was a joke. I already took that one for a spin. Oh yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what it's supposed to be like. It's just like soft. Okay. I don't know how to describe that feeling. Kind of like a leather. Because it almost feels like there's something texture-wise, but it's really smooth at the same time. Like those soft touch pins. The ones that are like, yeah. They're called soft touch. But yeah, we're feeling good. Sounds like there's a hamster in the wheel over there now. making a noise? Oh, I think I know what it is. Oh well. It'll be another day problem. Here we go. Now I gotta make it feel like it's gonna be super duper smooth. See, I knew that these blanks were fine. Sometimes you blame the tools. This is one of those times where it actually worked out. Oh, I can't turn because the carbide's wrong. The angle's wrong on the steel. But it was actually the tool. The lathe, that is. Oh yeah. Anybody else try to blame stuff like on the computer? The dog ate my homework. You blame it on the dog. But have you ever done that and then it actually happened at some point? Our dog Luna was going through a phase, and she actually did eat the homework. We didn't use that as a reason why homework didn't get done before, but it's just funny. That is one of those things that one of those reasons that people use. Oh, so much nicer. Ooh, that's hot though. The headstock's hot. But we did it. We did it. Your dog actually did your homework too? Oh man. Professor, huh? Dang. That brat dog. Why's it gotta do that? Here.
Yeah, this whole part here is warm, and I'm wondering why. It's got to be a friction point somewhere. Let's see, I'll turn the speed way down. The bottom one? Nope. The bottom one's not hot, the top one is. So I gotta figure out where friction is generating from. I mean, bearings sometimes need to be encouraged, I suppose. Oh man. How you doing, Billy? Mike. You missed all the action, man. I just put the lathe back together. I swapped the bearings. But you can go back about 4 hours and then see the whole thing if you want. Oh, you're lazy. Yeah, man. Shoot up. This baby ain't in warranty anymore. So, planned obsolescence is trying to take its toll on my lathe now. White graphite. Oh, bearings. Yeah, I did look into those. But I didn't because... Wait, no, those are ceramic. Graphite, what are you talking about? Oh. Huh. Lubricant. Yeah, I didn't grease them up. You know, hindsight is what it is. So I might do a partial dissection. Oh, there you are. This is a 19. But yeah, man, how you been? And then, as far as people getting those calls, man, it's crazy. I get calls all the time. So much so it just makes me like look at my phone with resentment. I just hate you. What are you doing here? I don't like you there. So one of my favorite features is the do not disturb. And that you can also have like specific people that don't fall into that. And people that keep trying to buy... Okay, so my dad was named after his dad, but I wasn't named after my dad. And people think that I have this house, and they
constantly message me and call me about a house, or people that are trying to buy houses, like, hey, do you have any properties that you would be interested in selling? No. Now the reason I know what they're doing, and they're a call center most of the time. Most of the time they're a call center. And the way that I know that is because I used to look, or I was looking into like wholesaling houses, and that's just not for me. It just felt, I don't know, it felt bad. So I didn't even bother trying. Because it didn't really align. I don't like the idea of just chasing money like that. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the whole wholesaling aspect of it, but I did learn about the call centers and stuff like that, and like sometimes they'll call 3 times, because if you call the 3rd time, it's obviously important, right? So that's one of the strategies that some of the wholesalers use. And then call centers, what they do is they just get the information that's like, and there's people that work in the whole selling your information. It's just, I don't like it. But I get calls about my dad's, it's not even my dad's house, it's my dad's house, and he died but didn't have a will. So I should just start giving them the number to the person that actually owns the house, but I don't want to really help them, because I don't want to support that type of thing. I find it very annoying. And also, well, I just don't like it. It's not for me. I don't want to make anybody feel bad if that's how you do it. That's fine. You can. It's not illegal to do that, so. But anyway, I've stopped them and been like, oh, hey, I'm in the market too. Do you have any properties you're willing to sell? And somebody tried to be like, oh yeah, we do. It's like, great. And they said, what's your buy box? And I said, I'm looking for a 3-2, 1,500 square feet, you know, and then around this price. So I gave him all that. He was probably trying to make it seem like I didn't know what a buy box was, which most people wouldn't know what that is, and that's for good, you know, it's not relevant really, but really it's just the parameters of which you're looking for. So I kept messaged them a couple times. Hey, where's the properties that you said that you had? I'm gonna spam the spammer, man. This kind of goes back to when I was talking about not being petty. I'll sometimes be petty, but it's not uncalled for in my mind. We're just an annoying call center. You don't even buy houses. Hey, my company is looking to purchase homes in your area. Oh yeah, what area? The area you're in. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's a clue, man. It's a clue they don't know what your area is. Or properties, because I don't have properties that, well, they just don't know about them. Because it's not associated with my name. You need me to come set up your dust collection? Shoot. It wasn't that hard. But yeah, you fly me out there, I'll help you get set up. Let's see. Let me turn off Morty here. Abby went in just now, so whew, that's a clue for me. But let me unhook the weight here. It's on the camera. All right, we're gonna go for a little ride. I'll show you right quick what my setup is like. There we go. So there's the dust collector right there, and then there's the main cam, whoop, the overview cam, I suppose. But yeah, the dust collector, I just wall mounted it, and then the hose runs through there and then guided down. And then this is what I'm always reaching for when I'm reaching for the tools. So that's what that looks like. My lathe looks so small like this. And that's a shoe rack. So a little shoe organizer. It works out pretty well. We were trying to be as inexpensive as possible. And then Abby's got a little mini one over there. There's another shoe holder. But she doesn't actually put, she doesn't actually put anything into it. But yeah, the shoe holder organizer is pretty cool. If you are, thinking about something like this is so convenient. And then I was just kind of making it as I went. I didn't really have a blueprint, but I have seen other people use like PVC pipes, and then you just cut them, and then you can put those together. So that's a pretty good idea too, I think. But yeah, so there's that, and then it's just the hose. I just use the pipe routing to keep it clean and out of the way as best as possible. But I don't want to mess too much with the feng shui of the whole workshop, Alrighty. And then I have a weight. I have a kettlebell here that I use to counterweight my tripod because I have the arms sticking so far out. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. How can we video connect? Mary, we can do it on Discord. I've got Discord on my phone. It's called Frugal. Man, it was called Broke. Shoot, I didn't have any budget to build a shop. I think there's some pros and cons to having a large budget for some things. I think you can be a little bit more creative when you have to be, and you still want to make that happen. You'll just constantly, well, I will. I'll constantly think of how I can make that happen. And then, let's see. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. I had a little saying, something to the effect of, nothing inspires creativity more than necessity. I haven't found something that didn't work with, but if you got something where that expression doesn't work, let me know. I'd be interested to hear it. Like, there are definitely some things that I would like to have, but I definitely don't need. But yes. What a good day. What a good day. You dissected a lathe, turned some stuff, turned some other stuff. Yeah, had some good people stop by. But yeah, I reckon I'm going to wrap it up here. I've got dinner with my sister and her wife this evening. So I got to get cleaned up. And then also I got a little chat with Marianne so we can determine, troubleshoot one of her problemos. See if we can accomplish that. But anyway, I appreciate you hanging out, and I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. I'll see you all next time. Take care.